Okay, we are ready for the last pair of semifinals here in Lostallo, Switzerland. You are watching the EFRA Large Scale Touring Car and Formula One European Championships, brought to you with from by RC Racing TV with video and audio from Poolstart TV, live from the MRTM Club in Lostallo. So thank you very much to our amazing sponsors, rccaronline.de, RC Fox, SCS M2, Samba, Mechatech Racing Components, and EFRA.ws, who is the organizer of the European Championships across Europe. So we are in the warm-up period now, just a couple minutes before these drivers get out on track. Well, they are on track, but a couple minutes before they are called into the pit lane and then to their starting positions on the grid. So in this one, we've got Sindre Undheim from Norway, Bernard Alain Arnoldi from France, Cedric Prevot from France, Rick Vanderpoel from the Netherlands, Adam Westholm from Sweden, Martelli Gianmarco from Italy. I want to say it's Gianmarco Martelli, but I'm not sure about that. Karsten Keller from Germany. From Italy, Simone Curcio. From Germany, Sven Rodewald and Michael Donovan from Germany. So just like the semifinals that we were watching previously with the Formula One and Touring Car Sport categories, it's the top 4 racers to bump up into the main final, and that will be coming to us later today at, I'll just bring up the time for Touring Car Open, the main final is scheduled to kick off at 4:50 local time. That is Central European time. The Touring Car Sport will be setting off 1 hour earlier than that, so at 3:50 local time, and at 2:50 local time, the Formula One main final. So drivers have been called into the pits. You see they're being arranged into number order so that they head out onto the formation lap and basically stay in position. And they're being sent out by the race director there. You can see gentleman with the flag. I believe that is Fabio from EFRA. So just getting situated here. Thank you very much for joining us. We are just about ready to go. So number 1 is, that's Undheim with the white and green. And Arnoldi with the very familiar white, yellow, and pink. Prevot with the yellow and black. So we're less than 10 seconds. Time has started and they are off. Top 4 drivers to bump up into the main final. We have many, many European champions, and it looks like Arnoldi is already in the lead. Look at that. What an amazing start from second. Arnoldi, very experienced in large scale. It's pretty much all he races, although he has started racing GT8. Double European champion in that, so he holds 5 European championships in total. A 24.717. Arnoldi just not on the pace with D'Amico, Emanuele D'Amico, this week, all week long, has been the absolute class of the field, but it looks like Arnaldi is looking to make up for that with a massive gap already to Undheim in second. Vanderbilt doing well after a couple of diabolical results in his qualifying. It's 4 rounds to count, and he had 2 bad rounds and was able to salvage qualifying directly into the semifinal. So we have Arnaldi, Undheim, Vanderbilt, Westholm, Martelli, Curcio, Rodewald has moved up, and Donovan has also moved up a couple of positions. Actually, all of our bump-up racers of Curcio, Rodewald, and Donovan moved up from their positions on the grid. Keller and Prevost, losers so far. Prevost starting on 3rd on the grid, but down into 10th, and already way down the order. So Westholm, we'll see if we can identify his car easily. Westholm being chased by 5th place driver Gianmarco Martelli, who's just about 2.5 seconds behind. Prevost definitely out of this race. Vanderbilt knocked down to 9th. Or no, he was down in 9th, but now he's back up into 4th. So it's something happening with his transponder once again. So Westholm, the car we're following, in that white, yellow, and blue. Martelli a couple seconds back. So Westholm is the last of the leading 4 drivers. So we're watching to see what Martelli is able to do. Arnaldi not quite running away with this. I'm sure he'd love to, but Undheim in that white and green car making up some ground on him. 0.7 seconds behind at the last time crossing the finish line. Arnaldi and Undheim still not quite locked together, but very, very close. Actually, even closer now. So 0.3 of a second now instead of that 0.7. Vanderbilt and Westholm making a battle of it. So we got 2 pairs of 2 in our leading group. Simone Curcio, our top bump-up racer, dropping down to 10th. Rodewald still able to hold off the attentions of Michael Donovan. And in between those 3 drivers is Karsten Keller. So we have a genius leading this one with a Mechatech and another genius. I think Adam Westholm's running an MC. I think he's running a Another Mechatech. Sven Rodebald running an MCD. I think Carson Keller's running MCD. So these top 4 racers being chased by that white car of Westholm. Of Gianmarco. The white and the green chasing the white, yellow, and pink. Vanderbilt in that yellow and orange, yellow and red. Being chased by Westholm in the, it's pretty much all white, or mostly white. Oh, and is that Westholm getting past? Westholm has gotten past in that white and blue car. Coming underneath the mechanics bridge. 13 minutes left in this 20-minute race. Texas Hill Country saying, I love these cars, wish we knew what chassis they're running. We do have some of that information for available, and that is on the MyRCM website. If you click into myrcm.ch, you can find the qualifying final positions for qualifying and the mains, and that will have their chassis and engine and even tire information for some of them. But some racers haven't filled out their information, but we do know that a Genius is leading this car, being driven by Arnaldi. Rick Vanderbilt also driving for Genius. Undheim running a Mechatech. Sven Rodebald running an MCD. Carson Keller running a Mechatech. Mechatech, one of our one of our main sponsors this weekend. And you can pick up a Mechatech and Samba exhaust and airbox from RC Fox, rccaronline.de, and SCX-M2. Some 3 large-scale focused web shops. Check them out and let them know that you heard about them from the EFRA large-scale touring car broadcast. And Bjorn Harlan, hi Bjorn, I hope you are well, mate. Saying, hey Frank, mate, great commentating, keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Bjorn. Bjorn is the master announcer and commentator for a lot of the X-Ray series and many other major races like Masters of Foam. So thank you very much for tuning in, checking it out. 11 minutes remaining with Arnaldi being chased by Undheim. Vanderbilt once again ahead of Westholm, and those two have a pretty good distance to Gianmarco Martelli. But they need to play it safe and not crash into each other, not do too many passes, because that's just going to hold them up and let Gianmarco come in there and say, hey guys, I'm 5th place. I'd really like to have 4th place, please. So we're almost to the halfway mark. No refueling in the touring car categories. 20-minute semi-final B. Top 4 drivers going to be qualifying or bumping up into the main final, where we have Giovanni Verbrugge waiting in position 2 and Emanuele D'Amico waiting in position 1. Emanuele absolutely dominant all weekend long. Both of those drivers running Mechatech. And pretty much all of the Mechatech drivers running the Mechatech Top Gun engine, just so you know. Do remember that D'Amico is running PMT tires. The field seems to be pretty evenly split between PMT and GRP tires. Vanderbilt still able to hold off Westholm 0.3 seconds behind him. Undheim falling away from Arnoldi just a bit. Now 2.3 seconds behind. And falling into the clutches of Westholm and... Oh, yeah. Undheim has now been passed by Vanderpoel and Westholm coming out of the infield, as you can see right there, coming under our screen. Undheim in that white and green car, now running third in that group, actually just behind Westholm. So Vanderpoel taking full advantage there of Undheim's misfortunes. And Undheim taking third place back from Westholm. Or was I just seeing... Oh, no, Westholm spun out or crashed just before the finish line. Someone was stuck there just before the finish line, but Arnoldi has come across. And we're following Undheim in the white and green. Vanderpoel running the yellow and red, I believe is the color. Could be yellow and orange, but... So Arnoldi, Vanderpoel, Undheim, Gianmarco Martelli now up there. Sven Rodewald from the 9th spot. And Donovan from the 10th up into 5th and 6th. So Westholm has lost loads of positions there. So I think that was him that spun out just before the finish line. The timing loop is in the middle of the track in the tightest part of the chicanes. So 7.5 minutes to go. Westholm has a big job to do now. He's actually lost a couple of laps there. So just resetting. We've got B.A. Arnoldi from France running a Genius on his 32nd lap, and he's running just about... is he a full lap ahead? No, he's... So 13:01 and 13:06. So he's 5 seconds ahead of Vanderpoel. Undheim running a couple seconds behind Vanderpoel. So he's recovered into third from first on the grid. Martelli, he is 4 seconds ahead of Rodewald. So we'll keep an eye on that, because it looks like Rodewald might be catching Martelli. So 4 seconds even between Martelli and Rodewald. Arnoldi, Vanderpoel, and Undheim pretty even between those, but Martelli quite a ways back. See the gap back to Rodewald now is 5 seconds. So David, if we can go back to the car number 6, it looks like Rodewald, you're already there. Thank you very much, mate. Rodewald catching Gianmarco Martelli just a bit by bit every lap. Martelli, I believe he's running the Mechatech. Rodewald definitely running the MCD. Oh no, Martelli also running an MCD. So these are teammates. MCD was last year's touring car European champion in the hands of Dario Vaselli. So let's see what the gap is now. It was 4 and a bit seconds, and now it is gone up to, well, it's still about 4 and a bit seconds. So they're coming down the straight, using that bridge cam. Martelli in the white and blue. Rodewald in the where was he? In the yellow, blue, and pink. gap now is still, it's a little bit under 4 seconds now, I think. So it's a slow march for Rodewold to be catching Martelli. 4 minutes remaining in this one, so he needs to pick up the pace a little bit or hope Martelli's tire choices come back to bite him towards the end of the race. These drivers in the main final, they'll be tuning their suspension settings and tire settings to switch on as quickly as possible, but not burn out the tires over a 30-minute run. This, however, is a 20-minute race. So the pace very slightly slower. Rodewold creeping up to 5 seconds is his gap to Martelli. Martelli maybe starting to breathe a little bit easier with 3 minutes to go. He knows that Rodewold isn't really catching him. Meanwhile, we've swapped our attention back to Sindre Undheim as the battle between Martelli and Rodewold has started to fade away. Undheim gaining the attentions of Vanderpoel. Undheim in the Megatech. Vanderpoel running a Genius. Trying to make it a Genius 1-2 with B.A. Arnaldi, longtime Genius car racer and triple European champion in this class. Vanderpoel as... No, I thought he had... I thought Undheim had made a mistake there, but he hadn't. So Vanderpoel about 6 seconds behind Undheim. Martelli 6 seconds behind him. And Rodewold looks like it's... I think he's made a little bit of an error somewhere along the way because he's lost even more time. Looks like 10 seconds now is the gap. And Michael Donovan looks like he might be trying to charge up to Rodewold. It's 3 seconds between them. So the gaps between 1, 2, and 3 fairly static. It's about 4 seconds between them and a big gap back to Gianmarco Martelli in the 4th position. So positions 1, 2, 3, and 4 are B.A. Arnaldi from France running a Genius, Sindre Undheim from Norway running a Megatech, Rick Vanderpoel from the Netherlands running a Genius, and from Italy, Gianmarco Martelli running an MCD. So 3 brands represented in the top 4 drivers. With 1 minute to go, it looks like it's going to be an easy win for Arnaldi, taking the lead from Undheim in the first half of the first lap. And from there, never relinquishing. So his best time, 24.4. 24 lap best times for everyone all the way down to Donovan. And it looks like Vanderpoel is going to be recovering very well indeed from his qualifying ordeals. Fortunately, it doesn't look like Rodewold is going to be getting into the main final. I did try to give him some tips, saying, look, man, all you have to do, just do more laps than everybody else. It's pretty easy. It's not that hard at all. Just do more laps. But just kidding, Sven. I know you're absolutely out there doing your best and pushing and pushing, pushing. So Vanderpoel, Arnaldi finishing, Undheim and Gianmarco yet to finish. Gianmarco is finished now. Sindre come across. So there's our top 4. Arnaldi, Undheim, Vanderpoel, and Martelli. So that was the story of the Semi B. Next up is the Semi A. Another 10 drivers trying to get into the main final. There's our official finishing order. Now that 24.4 looks and sounds really impressive until you hear what Emanuele D'Amico did earlier today. He did a 23.7 in his main final practice. In race conditions, his fastest lap time was a 23.8. So that's still over half a second faster than B.A. Arnoldi's fastest lap time there. But it doesn't matter. BA makes the show, and so does Sindre, Rick, and Gianmarco. So next up is the semifinal A, featuring, well, we've got a double world champion and one-time European champion. We have a double world actually three-time European champion, future champion, another European champion, multiple European champion, a world champion, and that's just the top 6 drivers. So there's many years and decades of experience on the grid in the next race. So we'll come back just at the end of their warm-up period. And we'll just go quiet, take a little bit of a break for the voice until then. Okay, so warm-up has finished for the semifinal A for the Touring Car Open class. Someone knocking one of the cones down, getting replaced there at the opening of the pits. So just sending my congratulations to Rick Vanderbilt for a race well run. This next group is now getting lined up in numerical order. You can see Dario Vaselli in that car, number 2, with the checkers. He's got that orange and blue. And Feldman also running orange and blue, but without the checkers. Number 3, Hetland, running blue and yellow. And Repetti running a mostly yellow. With a bit of white and blue in there. So there's our pole man for this race. Marcus Feldman. There's Dario Pacelli. Marius Hetland in the number 3. So Marius yet to take a European Championship. But he's due one. There's just, everyone is still quite out, even though all the old guys are still out there and fast. So top 3 away now. Feldman, Pacelli, and Hetland. Repetti leading the charge. Hake and Gil Gonzalez doing really well, moving up from the bump-up positions into 5th and 6th. First time down the main straight at full speed. And into the infield goes our top 3 group of racers. The battle for 4th already quite hot between Repetti and Hake. They look like they're reversed, but maybe I'm just seeing them. It's definitely the top 3. And the next pair are Repetti and Hake. So car number 4 is the one we should be following. David? Oh, yeah, actually, he's up into 3rd place already. So it's the car number 3 we should be following. Who's just dropped down? It's Hake has dropped down, and Hetland has just dropped down, passed by Repetti in the infield. Hake has also fallen down into 6th position. That allows Gonzalez up to 5th. So now the gap between them is, well, Pacelli and Feldman continuing their battle. These guys have been racing constantly for quite a while. Just been told that Rick Vanderbilt has a 10-second penalty from the last race, so I'm not sure yet how that is going to affect the final results of the semifinal B. Meanwhile, we're with the semifinal A racers. Feldman, Pacelli, Repetti, and Hetland are the current bump-up racers. Feldman from Germany, Pacelli, one of 2 Croatian racers that are here, Repetti, one of many, many Italian racers, Hetland, one of a group of Norwegian racers. So we have Germany, we have Mekatech, MCD, Mekatech, and Mekatech in the top 4. Mekatech, again, one of our coverage sponsors. So if you're looking for a top spec racing car, look up the Mekatech FW01, and it's many varieties. There's normal wheelbase, short wheelbase, and many more. Make sure to order those from RC Fox. Someone has just gone over in that bend going onto the main straight. Not sure who that was, couldn't see. We'll see how that shakes out. Feldman, Baselli, Ripetti, and Hetland still are running order for the top four. Gaps between them minimal. Ripetti, Hetland, and Gonzalez pretty much running nose to tail. Just a couple seconds between them all. Feldman and Baselli. It's about a second and a half between them. Baselli knows what he's doing when it comes to these semifinal and final races. He knows if he just stays where he is, he can bump up and start behind Feldman. Feldman, with his experience, a double world champion, and at least one European championship in this category under his belt. Baselli is going to find it very, very difficult to apply enough pressure to Feldman if he just hangs there behind him. So 14 and a half minutes left to go. Fastest lap just set by Marcus Feldman, 24.5. Now, in the heat of the day, Marcus himself was telling me that normally the grip forces the cars to traction roll in the tighter corners. So as the rubber builds up, it just builds up and up and up. It gets stickier and stickier in those tight corners. All those acceleration zones makes the laps go faster and faster. So it gets harder and harder. And obviously, once we get to the 30-minute final, it's going to become very, very difficult indeed to gauge where you are on your fuel. Because these cars literally only have about 30 minutes of fuel in them, and the race itself is 30 minutes long. So you have a formation lap, a final lap, and of course a very hard-driven 30-minute final race. Baselli dropping back to 1.8 seconds behind Feldman. He knows that Hetland is behind him, but he's about 9 seconds behind is Marius. Eduardo Ripetti, our European champion from a couple of years ago in Fiorano, just a couple seconds behind Hetland. So further down the order, Hessel Roskam looks like he's going to find it pretty difficult to. He's in a tight battle with Olivier Sampietro, and they are behind Gil Gonzalez. So Hessel, being a world champion himself, he knows what it takes, but it's going to be pretty difficult the further you move up the field. Ivan Cinco, hello, how are you? Hope you're well, mate. I know you're watching from Croatia and cheering on Marco and Dario. So just under 12 minutes left in this one, this semifinal A. Top 4 drivers bumping into the main final, where 4 drivers are already waiting from the semifinal A, waiting to see where they're going to actually sort out. And then the top qualifier of Emanuele D'Amico, absolute dominant form all week long. 4 out of 4 TQs, fastest lap, He set fastest lap even this morning in practice for the mains. And up there with him in the main final, starting from second on the grid, is Giovanni Verbrugge. Vaselli falling another second behind Feldman. Hetland just crossing now. And he's got Repetti just behind him, 0.3 of a second. And I believe that is the two white and yellow cars just going underneath. Hetland with the more blue on his car than Repetti. So they both have yellow back ends, but Repetti has the blue on his. Following them going around the track. So Repetti has now made that pass. He's coming underneath the cameras now. So we're now under 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes down, 10 minutes remaining. Feldman, Vaselli, Repetti, Hetland, Joe Gonzalez, and Roskamp still chasing the battle for third with Repetti and Hetland. I'll tell you, it's a much easier race than last year's European Championship final. It was under mixed conditions with half the field going out on wet tires, very, very soft, higher profile tires, and half the field going out on dry tires, which are basically semi-slicks. And no one knowing really what to do. It was basically a gamble. And you can change tires, it just takes forever to do. So no one changed tires, basically, in the end. And it stayed a little bit damp, but it didn't rain any further. And some of the tires were coming off looking like they'd been driving around on just wet clay. That's how soft the rubber was. It was absolutely crazy. An intense battle that Dario Vaselli ended up winning. Dario now 3.4 seconds behind Feldman. The gap to Feldman doesn't really matter for Marcus as long as Repetti is still 9 seconds or so behind Vaselli. Sorry, as long as Repetti is still 9 seconds behind. The only thing it will change, possibly, is the starting order on the main final grid. So 7 minutes and 15 seconds remaining with Feldman and Vaselli still out there. A good gap to Repetti. So Vaselli doesn't have a whole lot to worry about with 7 minutes remaining. Hetland also a decent gap behind Repetti, back to Hetland. Gonzalez and Roskamp roughly together on track, about a second and a half apart, but no real battles out there. This is our last semifinal of the day. After this, we're going to go into the main finals, which are going to kick off with the Formula One large-scale main final, and that is a 30-minute race. Can you believe it? A 30-minute race. Actually, let's say 25. Yes, actually, it's a 25-minute race. I'm sorry about that. It's because they use larger engines, I believe, 26cc engines compared to the 23cc engines for these cars, the Touring Car Open and Touring Car Sport. So Ripetti continuing to pull away from Hetland, but not making up much ground on Vaselli. So 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. 3.8 seconds between Feldman and Vaselli in first and second, respectively. Then we have a very big gap to Ripetti from Italy, and from Norway, there's a smaller but still a healthy gap back to Hetland. And that's our top 4 bump-up positions going into the main final. So with under 5 minutes remaining, just going to see if I can bring up the results here. I'm not sure what happened to Vanderbilt in that semifinal B. Supposedly he had a jump start as well as Gianmarco Martelli. So that's the official order. So himself and Martelli, but that's still, I think that is still going to put them both in the main final, because Martelli, his finishing time was 20 minutes and 9 seconds on 48 laps, and Carson Keller finished 5th in 20 minutes and 22 seconds. So if you add 10 seconds to Martelli's time, he would still be ahead of Carson Keller. So, and with Rick Vanderbilt finishing 3rd, just ahead of Martelli, they should still both be in the main final. So I'll just confirm that with Rick. So I don't want to rub anything in, but just checking with Rick on that, because he did have a good run with Martelli. I didn't. Obviously, it's very hard for me to see a jump start, but someone will have made a note of it, assuming it did happen. So Feldman, Vaselli, Ripetti, and Hetland still in the lead here. Top 4. Roscam has gotten past Gil Gonzalez, and I'm not sure. He's about 3 seconds behind Hetland with 2 minutes to go. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for him to catch up, though. Let's see. Let's say it's 3 seconds between them. Just coming across again. Oh, it's very, very tight. So David, can we get to follow into car number 3? Because that is the final bump-up position of 4th place Marius Hetland, being caught very rapidly by Hessel Roscam. Unless something has already happened and I've missed it. Just a bit difficult. This is them coming through. Roscam has gotten him. Roscam did get him, so we did catch it on camera at least. Whew, okay. But yeah, that is unfortunate for Hetland. It looks like he's actually stopped somewhere out on track. I think that is his mechanic picking up his car. So right at the very end, within the last minute, that is massively unfortunate for him. I was hoping we would see a battle. But that made it really easy for Hessel. So Hessel is going to be bumping up into the main final. So great job for him in literally the dying seconds of the race. In the last minute of the race, Hessel Roskam, former world champion, has moved himself up into the main final. So the top 4 drivers now looking like Feldman, Vaselli, Ripetti, and Roskam. Bad luck for Marius Hetland. Who at the moment is going to be finishing 9th overall after running so long in the top 4. What a shame, but Hessel Roskam not going to be thinking anything of it. Feldman, Vaselli has come across the line. Ripetti's come across the line. It's just waiting for Marcus and Roskam. Feldman finishing with an extra lap on everybody else. Dario, Eduardo, and Hessel finishing 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So that is Mechatech, MCD, Mechatech, and Genius. So still 3 different brands in the top 4. So a good race from everybody. Bad luck for Marius Hetland. But now we have a bit of a break before we see more racing action, because we're going to be going into the main final for large-scale Formula. And that we're going to go into, there's our official finishing order. Of course, it's possible penalties to come through, and we'll see if they do at the end of well, it'll take a few minutes for that to show up online, but we're going to have the large scale F1 main final starting at 2:50 local time, so that's in about 25 minutes from now. But before then, in just a few minutes, we're going to start the F1 finalist drivers presentation. So I don't think that's going to take 15 minutes. So we might have a little bit of downtime here. So I will come back onto the commentary mic during the warm-up period for the race, and we'll be talking to you then. So until then, this has been the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland, just north of Lake Como in Italy, right on the border. Video and pictures brought to you by Polestart TV, and coverage sponsored by RC Fox, rccaronline.de, SCSM2, 3 fantastic large-scale focused model shops online, and also Mechatech Racing Components, makers of the FW01 racing machine, which we've just seen in driving in action there at the hands of Marcus Feldman. And also thank you to Samba exhausts and airboxes. So my name is Frank McKinney with RC Racing TV. Make sure to check out rcracingtv.com and use the discount code to get 10% off your orders this weekend, all weekend long until Monday. And that discount code is LSTC, and the number's 24. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so, just before the start of the main final for large-scale F1.
5, Roger. Car number 6, Lostallo, Beat. Car number 7, Garcia Ratero Alberto. Car number 8, Dutz and Peter. Car number 9, Michael Marcus. And last but not least, car number 10, Fabricas Carol Carlos. We start with the driver presentation for the Formula One drivers. With the pole position, car number 1, Rossignoli, Saverio. Okay, the second place, Marino Sebastian. Third place, car number 3, Grossman Sven. Fourth place, Mittelstedt Martin. Number 5, Lucher Roger. Car number 6, Lautenschlager Beat. Car number 7, Garcia Ratero Alberto. Car number 8, Utz and Peter. Car number 9, Michelberger Marcus. And last but not least, car number 10, Fabregas Carol Carlos.
So there we go. That was the drivers for the main final for the European Championships for large scale Formula One, a 25-minute race coming up. "25 minutes of all-out action and driving with Saverio Rosignoli from Italy, Sebastian Marino from France, Sven Grossman trying to chase them down, I'm sure, and Martin Mittelstadt. I think it's going to be a very interesting battle between those two pairs of drivers. See who's going to end up not only just first overall and the champion for 2024, but also who's going to be on the podium. 3 spots in the podium, but 2 pairs of somewhat closely matched drivers. Marino usually, at least the last couple of years, coming out ahead of Rosignoli, but this time around, looks like it's Rosignoli who's going to be the man to beat. And then we've got Grossman and Mittelstadt also looking fast, but not quite in the same league as Rosignoli. So if anything, Marino, Grossman, and Mittelstadt possibly going to be the battle for the 25 minutes here. And then we've got Roger Lucher beat Lautenschläger, Alberto Garcia Rotero, Ernst Peter Utz, Marcus Mickelberger, and Carlos Fabregas Carroll. Just consulting my notes to see the color schemes for the drivers as they're doing their warm-up. Seems we're going to have 2 Tiffany green cars, or that could make things a little bit difficult. So that is the warm-up period finished. So everyone getting into numerical order. It looks like that the car 3 is definitely, so it's Grossman definitely in the Red Bull scheme. The 4 Mittelstadt in the, we'll just call it red. The 5 of Lusher green and black. So that's the main final. We're not interested in the bump up positions any longer. We are interested in the overall position, the top finishing position. So taking the time, getting around. So here we go. We've got Rosignoli. There's Marino in the BWT sort of colors. Grossman in the yellow and black. The car 3. So just a few seconds to go before the timer counts down. And it'll be 25 minutes of all-out racing. Scooter is sounded, and they are off. And someone's already into the grass. It's the number 3 of Grossman. He's going to start with a deficit, and that is the red and white of, I think that was Mittelstadt spinning off just before going into the infield. Remember, these cars are only rear-wheel drive, but the leaders, first and second, already away. We're going to stick with them. Rosignoli leading the way in that green and white. Marino in the pink car. These are our top 2 contenders, top 2 racers, top 2 the class of the field all week long. Marino, first round TQ. Rosignoli taking TQ for all the other 3 races. 3 rounds of qualifying. Let's see what sort of pressure Marino can put on him. And possibly importantly, what sort of pressure that Grossman and potentially Lusher are going to be able to put on Marino. Last year and the year before, no one could keep up with Marino, but this time around, it's Rosignoli who no one can keep up with. Marino already 3 seconds behind. 2.6 seconds. .23 minutes remaining. Rosignoli already putting a fast lap down of 25.5. First few laps need to be at qualifying pace, so really, really fast, just as fast as you possibly can. No mistakes. There's very little, there's no back markers to speak of, and as long as you've got clear air around you, you can really put the hammer down and try to break the cars behind you. And that looks like what Rosignoli has already done. 3-second lead for Saverio. The Italian now 3.5 seconds ahead of the Frenchman, Sebastian Marino. A 2-time winner in this category. You saw him absolutely dominate in Fiorano and Groningen last year. It looks like Grossman a second and a half back from Marino. So that battle is starting to fade. Roger Lucier in that green and black car, about 4 seconds back. So the top three starting to get pretty spread out now. This could turn into a slow burn of a race. So it might become a tire management sort of thing. And towards the end, maybe we'll see how things develop. Rossignoli and Marino qualifying directly into the main final. And they're leaving everyone else to have to go through the sub-finals and the semi-finals, which we completed a couple hours ago for this class. So Rossignoli already up to a 7-second lead. He's absolutely broken Marino's grip. Lucier and Garcia are our closest battle between 4th and 5th, because top three have really spread themselves out and pulled away from each other and the rest of the field. So Lucier and Garcia, 0.6 of a second behind. Lucier running that green and black car at the lead of this trio of cars. Garcia trying to make it into a really tight battle. Garcia last time around 27 flat, with Lucier doing a 26.8 this time. Garcia coming across for, Garcia falling behind, and Fabregas taking it up from number 10 on the grid. So Fabregas, 4 seconds, but it looks like they have come, Fabregas and Garcia have had a coming together. But these are open wheel cars, so it makes it very difficult to go banging side pods with each other when your wheels are sticking out. It's the first thing that are going to touch. So it's very, very likely that if you try to sneak inside someone, they're going to try to close the door. Wheels and wing will touch, and one or both of you will go off the track. So meanwhile, Rossignoli 10 seconds ahead of Marino. Marino now has Grossman a second and a half behind him. Lucier 6 seconds behind Grossman. So Marino and Grossman, looks like battle will soon be joined very, very tightly with these two, the pink and the yellow cars. Those are second and third place drivers. Rossignoli just in a league of his own this time around. Grossman, 0.6 of a second behind Marino. Rossignoli coming across to finish his 18th lap. Meanwhile, Marino and Grossman locked together. They've got a good distance back to Lucier, so it's basically just going to be these two guys. Marino, I'm sure, can withstand the pressure. Like I said, he's a two-time European champion in large-scale Formula One. Usually seen as sort of the feeder class into large-scale touring car, but now with touring car sport class a thing and seemingly fairly popular, many drivers have moved from the touring car open category into the touring car sport. So what happens with large-scale Formula One? I think it'll be probably stay about the same. Obviously, it is full as well. I believe 36 racers in it this time around. So if anything, they'll have to make sure that they either expand the available slots for drivers in both touring car sport and Formula One. But then does that mean they have bigger events overall, or does that mean they're going to have a maximum of 50 racers in touring car open? So we'll see. We'll see what happens next year. But obviously, the large scale Formula One and large scale touring car sport categories both equally popular. These cars running a 25-minute race instead of 30. I'm pretty sure mostly because they have a larger engine allowance, 26 cc's versus 23 in the touring car classes. So Marino starting to pull away from Grossman. These longer races tend to turn into tire management races. However, unlike 1/8 track and 1/10 IC track, there are no tire changes. I'm pretty sure they're allowed, but it just doesn't happen. It just takes way too long to unbolt and then fit another one in and then bolt it back on. Grossman closing the gap just a tiny bit to Marino. Let's see what it is when they come across the line now. You can see them on screen. It's about a second and a half. Lap times in the 25 to 26, high 26 range for most of the drivers. Meanwhile, way up at the front, Saverio Rossignoli, wow, a full 10 seconds ahead. And it looks like he's just managing that gap. But he did just pull a 25.2 lap pace, and for the last 2 laps. So absolutely dominant. 25.4 that last time around. Marino, his best lap is a 26.1. So Rossignoli, either very, very experienced with this track. I mean, this Lostallo is just across the border. Literally, the region of Lostallo, the city limits of Lostallo, actually touch the border between Italy and Switzerland. Tom Griffin, that's a good question. How many sets of tires do you think they go through in the whole event? You know what? I'm going to ask one of the racers who's been replying to my questions over the weekend. I believe, well, if you're a sponsor driver, you're going to use 1 set per run, and they're not cheap. I'll tell you that. You can go on to our event sponsors for the coverage, SCS-M2, RC Fox, or rc-car-online.de and find out how much a set of PMT medium tires or GRP medium tires cost. Of course, in qualifying, you probably run soft tires because those are 10-minute races. In the sub-finals, they're twice as long, so you might want to run medium. And in the main finals, which are 30 minutes or 25 minutes in the case of Formula, of course, they're a completely different tire as well. You would probably want to run the hard tires, but I don't really know. That's just a little bit of guesswork because of the races are literally 2 or 3 times longer than each other. So we're a little bit over halfway through. Saverio Rosignoli has a gigantic lead of, he's going to end up lapping most of the field, I would think, over the course of this event, these 25 minutes. Trying to see, overall, he's about a 20-second lead, I think. Yeah, a 25-second lead. So he's nearly up and to lap Marino. So there's Marino there. And that greenish car is Rosignoli. Grossman is that car right there, who's just gone underneath the multicolored car. Yellow and black. So he's fallen further behind Marino, and that means Lucier is now catching right on the tail end, within a second of Grossman. Lucier in the green and black. So there's Grossman there, and Lucier is that green. At the speeds we're looking at, it looks a bit like Tiffany green, but up close it is green and black. So Grossman and Lucier, who were following, these cars were right there on underneath us. Both with significant amounts of black on the body shell, but one is yellow and the other is greeny, where it isn't black, if that makes any sense. So yellow and black and green and black. So we're less than 10 minutes left in this one. Rosignoli absolutely pounding out the laps. He's lapped everybody now, a full lap ahead of the entire field. So he's on his 38th lap, where Marino has just started his 37th lap. So the battle for third, which is the final bump up. Sorry, not bump up. I was just thinking, I'm not going to say bump up, but it's the final podium spot. That is the battle we are watching with Grossman and Lucier, both Swiss racers, both presumably pretty familiar with this track, being that it's in their home country. But most of the racers are pretty familiar with this track, even though they have to drive across one or more countries to get here, because this track is a regular on the EFRA Grand Prix circuit. There's a series of races that in years past, when there has been no single European Championship event, and who was that was spinning there just in front of the camera? I think that was Grossman, who just spun out, and Lucier got past him. So now Grossman is a few seconds behind Lucier on track. So was that Sven succumbing to the pressures, or just using up a bit of his tires? And we're under 8 minutes now. So it's a 25-minute race. So they've been running for over 15 minutes, which is still not quite as long as their semifinal. Everyone's already run a 25-minute race. It's been in this, except for Saverio Rossignoli and Sebastian Marino. Rossignoli just absolutely bossing this. A 25.2 last time around. Doing an amazing job. 6.5 minutes left. Marino way ahead of Lucier, and Lucier quite a ways ahead of Grossman. So no real battles on track except for 8th and 9th position. That's Ernst Peter Utz and Carlos Fabregas Carroll. Keep an eye on that. But oh no, Carroll has just stopped. He hasn't crossed the finish line, so maybe that battle is gone as well. So this could be a slow burn for this last 6 minutes. We've had a few of those. Whether it's, I'm not going to use the B word, but it has been, we've seen a few of the races, especially last weekend, where not a whole lot happened in the first 2/3 or 3/4 of the race, but it all came together right at the very end. We actually saw a little bit of that today as well, where significant bump up position changes happening literally on the last corner of the lap and in the last minute of the race. These are all separate races that if you've been following the coverage today, you will have seen. I don't want to give anything away. Feel free to watch those back after the finals coverage today. Meanwhile, right now we're in the main final 25-minute main final race for the European Championship for large-scale Formula One. We've got less than 5 minutes to go. We want to thank you for sticking around and watching the coverage today, whether you've been dropping in and just checking out what's going on, or whether you've been with us all day long. We do appreciate you stopping in and saying hello, or even just lending us your eyeballs for a few minutes here and there. Video and sound brought to you all weekend long by Polestar TV. My name is Frank McKinney from RC Racing TV. And whether you're watching us on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel or Facebook page, or on the EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles page or YouTube channel, or indeed on the Polestar YouTube channel, welcome. Thank you for joining us. We do want to thank our sponsors, RC Fox, RCCarOnline.de, SCSM2, Mechatech Racing Components, and Samba. If you're interested in organized racing in your area of the world, check out EFRA.ws if you are in the European region. There's lots of links there for European federations for racing model auto cars. With 3.5 minutes to go, it's looking very secure for Saverio Rossignoli. Of course, anything could still happen. He could have a terrible couple of laps and require his mechanic to run out of the pit lane and turn marshal his car. You'll notice that there are no turn marshals out on the track. The mechanics underneath the rostrum there, underneath the driving stand. Oh, there's one running across. Oh, almost running across the bridge, but not quite. The mechanics underneath the driver's stand are the ones who actually turn marshal the cars. It's for safety reasons. This car is hitting 40-45 miles an hour. I think that's like 80 kilometers an hour or so. 70, 80 kilometers an hour. Very, very quick, and they are huge. They're minimum 10 kilos in weight, and they are very heavy and very, very fast. If you're an electric touring car racer, these may seem slow, but they are a lot faster than they seem once they get up to speed. So Saverio Rosignoli with the last 2 minutes of this 25-minute main final for the EFRA large-scale Formula One European Championships. It's looking very, very secure unless something truly catastrophic happens. Rosignoli is going to be taking home his first European Championship trophy. Marino is going to have to settle for second, and he's got a good gap to Roger Lucier, who is currently in third. So 1.5 minutes remaining. Time is continuing to count down. Rosignoli in that green and white car. There he goes. Way, way ahead of Sebastian Marino. Previous winner in this class 2 times. And someone's car running out of fuel there. I was just about to say that these cars run for about 25 to 30 minutes on a single tank of fuel, and we're just approaching the 25th minute of racing. Another mechanic having to run out and retrieve the car. So hopefully Rosignoli is slowing down so that he makes it to the very end. Or he's going to go for glory and go for a victory lap. 10 seconds remaining in this 25-minute race. It hasn't been a barnstormer, but it has been, if you're in the shoes of Saverio Rosignoli, who is our 2024 European champion for large-scale Formula One. Making it look easy, finishing a lap ahead of the entire field, including second place Sebastian Marino and Roger Lucier, who finishes just a few seconds behind him. That is your podium positions for the large-scale Formula One European Championship here in Lostallo. And there we go. There's our official finishing order. 58 laps for Rosignoli, 57 for Marino and Lucier. Mittelstadt never able to really get in there and challenge Lucier and Marino for the podium positions. So really unfortunate for them, but that's how it goes sometimes. It swings and roundabouts, as they say here in the UK. So Rosignoli from Italy taking his first European championship. So the next race up is going to be the Touring Car Sport main final, and that will be kicking off at 3:50 local time. That's Central European time. That's the time in Switzerland. And we're going to have another driver presentation, as we saw just before the F1 main final. So we'll take a little bit of a break and get ourselves some much needed refreshment, and be back during the warm-up to talk you into the main final for Touring Car Sport. So we want to thank our sponsors for this EFRA large-scale Touring Car and Formula One European Championships. Again, that is RC Fox, rccaronline.de, Mechatech Racing Components, Samba, SCS M2, and we want to thank also Polestar for providing the video coverage this weekend from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. My name is Frank McKinney with RC Racing TV, and we're proud to bring you this coverage live all weekend long. We've been here talking about it all day since Thursday, all day yesterday, and of course, all day today. So we'll see you in about 25 minutes.
Congratulations. Thanks. Come to other. Thanks for all. I'm very happy. I'm very satisfied for the race. Very, very fast. I'm happy for the cars. It's very, very, very fast and stable. Easy. It's a perfect race. Thanks.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Enjoy. Show it.
You could have stopped a minute in the end and probably would have stopped.
Okay, thank you, Saverio.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the driver introductions for the large-scale touring car sport category. Main final about to kick off. 30-minute race between, well, we hope it's going to be a lot closer than the Formula One main final that we saw. So drivers out on the track already. TQ man and pole position driver Dennis Tyson yet to check in, so I am sure he's going to be checking in. I mean, knock on wood, we haven't had a 10-minute technical timeout yet. So we're going to have a video of the driver presentation.
Of the final sport class with number 1, Thyssen Dennis. Attention, Dennis. Take your number, please. And you put in front of you.
Stop.
Okay. In second place, Simon Arthur. In third place, Finardi Paolo.
Adesso vi faccio vedere, vado là e faccio anche il corso per essere il cartellino.
Fourth position, Open Horse Marcus. I hope my pronunciation is correct. Okay, thank you. Fifth place, quinta posizione, Luca Rauli. Sixth place, sexte Platz, Mikkel Milke. Septième position, c'est Paisier Rodi. Eighth place, Roskam Team. Neunte Position, Schröder Stefan. Et dixième position, Lebesco David.
Aldo, è sbagliato ancora.
So there we go. That was our driver presentation. So there you go. Daddy Lebescon, or David, as he likes to be called, probably, in that 10th position. But the first two out there were Dennis Tyson and Arthur Simon. I'm hoping that the rest of the grid can, for this main final for Touring Car Sport, can make it, keep it interesting for us. So we've got cross-checking my number and name color combination notes. Okay, so very quickly, the story of qualifying was probably Dennis Tyson, who TQ'd in the first round and didn't have a good second round, and then in the third round, for whatever reason we don't know, didn't run in the third round. That was yesterday morning, and then in the fourth round, TQ'd again. So leaving it, doing it Ironman style, leaving it to the very, very last, and doing a zero, basically getting a 0, a 30 something, another 30 something, and another 0 for qualifying, and taking the TQ spot. And there's his car, white, red, and green. Second place is white and green. That is Arthur Simon. Finardi, the yellow and white number 3, running a Genius. And a race director putting the cars in their spots. Someone just out of spot there. I think you could have let that one go. But no, you got to put them in the correct spots. It's fine. All good now. Nick, what is the meaning of 1/5 S? I'll mention that in a moment after the race has started just now. Here we go. 29 minutes and 55 seconds left. It's a 30-minute race. It looks like everybody's off in number order. Someone's getting a very bad start at the very, very back. And that was Mielke. And around down the main straight for the first time, there's our bridge cam shot showing these cars. Magnificent, huge, loud cars at full speed. And we've got a freight train running at the front there. 5, 6 cars, all in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 6 of Mielke. So it's Tyson, Simon, Finardi, Alpenhorst, Rowley, Vesseray, Roskam, Schroeder, and Lebescond. All separated by, well, covered by 4.2 seconds last time around. 26 flat for our 2 leaders, already stretching ahead. You can see both of them setting fastest lap times and pulling away from the maddening crowd. So we're going to stick with the lead pairing because basically these 2 guys almost in a league of their own. Oh, and we have it coming together, coming into the infield. So this looks like is going to be a lot tighter race. Tyson in that white, orange, and yellow, and Simon, Arthur Simon, in that white and green. Simon, much younger racer. But Tyson, a little bit older. I'm sure hoping to use his guile and wisdom and racecraft over the exuberance and energy of Simon. I'm absolutely stereotyping here. I haven't even gotten into their countries yet, but I don't know too much about these racers. Running in the touring car sport class. So while we have a little bit of, maybe not a break in the action, but while we have a group of 2 and then a group of 3, Bernardi, Oppenhorst, and Rowley chasing down Tyson and Simon. Simon actually doing a 25.9. Very, very quick. And he's been up there right up against Tyson's doors, but I think the wise thing to do is just pile the pressure on and see what the next 27 minutes bring. So, Nick, you asked, what is the TCS or 1/5 S? So 1/5 means 1/5. That means the scale of the cars. These are all 1/5 scale cars, or what we call large scale cars in the RC or radio control racing community. And the S means these are the sport class cars. So the next group of cars that are going to be out after this race is the open category. These are the final races. These are literally the fastest drivers going as fast as they can for the championship for this year. EFRA is the governing body of radio control motorsport. Oh, and Simon getting a little bit wide there, losing some time to Tyson. I'm sure he's going to be able to make that up pretty easily. Just brake a little bit later on the infield. There he goes. He's right on this back bumper again. There. Wow. Look how close that is. The next three cars trying to do the same thing. Finardi, Oppenhorst, and Rowley. So sport class is a new class for 2024. It was voted in at last year's AGM, or annual general meeting, in Sweden. And this is an annual meeting that's held by EFRA. It brings together the top representatives from the RC motorsport federations across Europe. And there are various proposals that are presented by the end of September, I believe. And so there's basically a whole year to decide, okay, well, I think this rule, we should vote in this rule. So here's why I think this rule should be changed, or whether this new rule should be enacted. And then basically bits of politicking happen. And there's voting that happens as Oppenhorst has a 25.7 lap time. That's pretty quick. Much faster than the 25.8s that Tyson and Simon both put in. So in years past, it's always been what's called just the touring car class, and now it's called the touring car open class. So basically the sport class eliminates some of the engine modifications, and you have to run standard engines. So it's kind of, think of it as in simple terms, a stock engine class and a modified engine class. And yes, so as you put in the sportsman class, they have to use certain limited motors. Well, they can use any motor. It just has to be a standard Zenoa style engine. Oh, and so close for Simon, going for the pass on the inside, coming onto the straight. That is brave. Simon really wants to get past. Maybe he is seeing his mechanic is spotting something that we haven't noticed just yet with the, let's see what the gap is between these. So it's 1.3 seconds back to Finardi. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if Finardi is actually catching. I don't think so. Arthur Simon is just really eager to get past Tyson. So yes, to answer your question, they have to use certain limited motors. Essentially, yes, but there's a slightly more complicated answer. But yes, you can read those rules on EFRA.ws. Has all the rules are there available for free to download and check out. And yes, the track is absolutely lovely. We're not there in person. We're commentating remotely. We're using video feed from Poolstart TV. They're on site at the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland, just north of Lake Como and Milan in Italy, on the border between Switzerland and Italy. And Simon, absolute. Oh, and he's got a body tuck for Tyson. It just happened there just before they crossed the line. So that is going to slow down Tyson significantly. Let's see what happens here. The white and yellow car followed by the white and green car. They are battling for the lead, but the next 3 cars are battling over 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions. Tyson running with a body tuck. That means his right rear tire is rubbing on the body. It's been pushed up so that it's rubbing on the body, basically. And we see this happen in full-size touring car. And basically what happens is usually it destroys the tire. But if we can get a nice clean view of the backside of his car, and it looks like it has resolved itself, but that has put all 5 cars for Tyson, Simon, Finardi, Oppenhorst, and Rowley all together. That is a battle for the lead, folks. And they are coming up on lap traffic. So now it is absolutely imperative for Tyson to get past Schrodinger, Milke, Blebascon, Roskam, and Veseray all very cleanly. So we've got 3 cars that are about to be lapped for the first time by our leading group of 5 cars. So the first car of Schroeder, that purple car, has pulled over. So that was an easy one. Next car will be Milke, and then the white and blue car of Blebascon. So another car has pulled over to let these leading 5 cars go past, and there is the 3rd to pull over. One more to do there for that car. I think that is Lebescond who's letting him by. So that was relatively easy. 20 minutes left. This is a 30-minute race. One thing I haven't done is check the current weather conditions for Lostallo. But I'll do that when we have a little bit less action. There's the slightest amount of action, less action happening on the track. These top 5 cars all running nose to tail. Absolute freight train running down the street, down the main straight, onto the bridge cam. And it looks like Tyson and Simon are again pulling away from the next 3 cars in line. No change in position from any of those drivers. That's how close it is. Finardi, Oppenhorst, and Rowley fighting over 3rd place. It's a final podium position. No more bump ups here. This is the main final. This is a 30-minute main final for the European Championship for 2024. The very first championship for large-scale touring car sport class. And it looks like Finardi has been able to break away from Oppenhorst and Rowley. He's sort of in a no man's land of his own. Meanwhile, Simon throwing down an absolute fast time of 25.597 seconds for his last lap. Look how close he is. If this were full-size racing or full-size cars, you'd be looking in your rearview mirror and seeing nothing but the eyes of Arthur Simon staring at you in your rearview mirror. Tyson, Simon, Finardi. And I think there's been a little bit of a mistake there from Tyson coming out of the infield. Either that or it's Oppenhorst and Rowley. So Tyson in that white, red, and green car. Arthur Simon in the white and green. All over the backside of Dennis Tyson. Paolo Finardi running in the yellow and white, driving a Genesis. Several different makes of cars in this one. Mecatech, MCD, and Genesis, also the S88R car out of France. And we have a dead car who's just on the inside apex of that. We'll see who that is. I can't tell which mechanic. Mechanics having to act as turn marshals for their drivers because turn marshals is just too dangerous to have turn marshals permanently out there. Tyson all got, he's got Simon crawling all over the back, his back bumper. It's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order. Baseray has moved up at the expense of Milky. And actually, it's 7, 8, 9, 10 in places 6, 7, 8, and 9. So apart from an early race mistake from Michael Milky on the first or second lap, there's been absolutely no position changes so far. Everyone is running in order as they started on the grid. First, second, and third are almost together. First and second definitely together. Third a little bit further back, and then much further back are fourth and fifth of Oppenhorst and Rowley. 16 minutes remaining in this one, so we're already nearly halfway through this race. There's no refueling. You can do tire changes. I believe that's written into the rules, but there's no point. Just run hard tires. The super important thing is on the last couple of laps, it's going to be super tight for fuel, because with the heat of the day and the grip from the tires, we're going to be using a lot of fuel for these 30 minutes. And 700 cc's in a 23 cc engine, just barely enough fuel. But it's going to be interesting to see if the sport class can make it easily for 30 minutes, because they are running stock engines. In the open class, they're running modified engines, so different carburetors and porting and all sorts of things. So they use a bit more fuel. And you're right, Nick, Simon's car definitely looks quite a bit faster, but he needs to make a clean pass. He's already done one big attempt, which resulted in that body tuck, which luckily for Dennis Tyson resolved itself after a lap or two. But it did mean that Fernardi, Rowley, and Oppenhorst were all roughly in there to try and take the position away, not just from Tyson, but from Simon as well. So I want to make sure that he's got a gap between the leading pair that he's in and the chasing pack. Meanwhile, off camera, Rowley has gotten past Oppenhorst. Come across the timing loop again. Timing loop in that very, very tight chicane in the middle of the track. That's where the finish line is at the end of the race. And that is going to be in 14 minutes. Going into the infield once again. Super tight infield. There's the finishing line. So another lap down. And they're leaving Paolo Fernardi behind yet again. It's about a second and a half behind. Simon running not even a half a second behind Dennis Tyson. The amount of pressure that Arthur Simon is trying to put on Dennis is absolutely intense. Tyson last time around doing a 25.77. Simon doing a 26.144. Once again into the infield. Of course, I can play around with the gearing and decide to go for a big motor down the straight, or a smaller clutch bell and pinion to try and have a more maneuverable, nimble car on the infield. This guy's absolutely going at it, hammer and tongs. 0.2 seconds back. That is the gap between Tyson and Simon, and that's what it looks like out on track. Barely two cars 2 car lengths between them. And you're right, Tom, this is absolutely clean, close racing. I'm not sure how lucky Arthur Simon is going to consider himself for not getting called for a penalty on that body tuck, but it's down to the referees who are watching these like a hawk, I am sure. Meanwhile, the rest of the field is still the only position change is Rowley and Oppenhorst have swapped, and that was several laps ago. They're now 4th and 5th, respectively, with Vesseray, Tim Roskam, Schroeder, and Lebescond, with Michael Milkey bringing up the back. We're approaching the last 10 minutes, the last third of the race, as these guys are absolutely motoring away from Paolo Finardi, now almost 3.5 seconds behind Dennis Tyson. An absolute mountain of pressure is what Arthur Simon is trying to put on that back bumper of Dennis Tyson. Oh, and going for it, but Arthur Simon not getting a clean pass and waiting for Tyson, and Tyson waiting. So I'm not sure what happened there, but so now it's a big gap. It's a big gap now. It was 0.17 seconds as they crossed the line last time, and immediately after they crossed the line, Simon went for another pass. So now he's almost a full second behind. We'll see how quickly he makes that up. I'm going to bet it's going to be within 3 laps. He'll be on the back of Dennis Tyson. The big question is, for the final 2 or 3 minutes, what is that going to do to Arthur Simon's tires? All of this pressure that he is applying to Dennis Tyson. So all of this energy to do tighter cornering and faster accelerating and harder braking, that all has to come from somewhere. And the answer is those round black things on the 4 corners of your car. And he's already on the back bumper of Dennis Tyson. Look at that, going across the line. That is our leading pair of drivers. Paolo Finardi, 2.2 seconds behind Dennis Tyson, but Simon is 0.4 seconds the last time around. So take that 3-lap guess, and it's already been cut down to 1 lap. He's already there. All over the back bumper. Just Dennis Tyson should just rent out the space underneath his rear wing to add Arthur Simon. He's just been living there the last 21 minutes. Coming across the line again, a little bit more of a gap that time, but it's 0.2 of a second as they close up. And coming out of the infield now, once again down the main straight, Arthur Simon able to close the gap so easily on that infield. He just needs to make a clean and solid pass that the referees aren't going to call a penalty for. If he goes for a big dive pass and unfortunately knocks Dennis out of the way, who'll almost certainly be called for a penalty, whether that's going to be a drive-through or a stop-and-go or even a 10-second penalty at the end of the race. And absolutely, I agree, Tom. Simon would for sure pull away if he can get past. He definitely has the speed over Tyson, but it's making that clean pass. And like I said, are his tires going to last if he does make that pass? coming up on lap traffic. And who is this? The yellow and blue, I think that is Roskam. Tim Roskam, the son of former world champion Hessel Roskam, who is also in his own main final. The main final for Touring Car Open is coming up at in about 30 minutes time. So don't go anywhere, people. There's plenty more super tight action to come. Arthur Simon living under the back wing of Dennis Tyson's car. He's pitched the tent, rolled out his sleeping bag. May as well start the barbecue. He's not going anywhere. He's trying to just pile the pressure onto Dennis Tyson. He's made two, I would suggest probably two major lunges. One caused a body tuck for Tyson, which slowed them both down. But then that luckily resolved itself. With that back bumper getting stuck on the top of the right rear tire of Dennis. And the second time he went for a pass, didn't really come off. Luckily, neither one of them got knocked off the track or flipped over. Absolutely intense, this action here, though. And Tom, yes, exactly. To be able to race this close for 30 minutes shows how good these guys are. And this is the sport class. This isn't even the fastest guys that are here. These are the sport class racers. Not to take anything away from them, but there are even faster guys who are going to be on the track in about half an hour. Nick saying very patient driving. In 1/10, they crash after 3 minutes with racing this close. Yes, I would say and that is the orange and white car, white and orange car of, I think that was Ray, who went off the grass, went off the track into the grass and needs to be rescued. Yes, unless you're looking at literally the world-class drivers of such as Reinhard, Coelho, and some of the other racers that we see in the ETS, like Hagberg and others, yeah, after even just a couple of laps, they're not able to do this. And especially, this is, for 30 minutes. This is much longer. This isn't for 5 minutes. This is for 30 minutes. So if you want to see some super intense racing, go check out the finals from last week's large-scale off-road championships, but do that after watching this final, which is going to be finished in about 3.5 minutes. We're going to be seeing some very, very tight racing coming up these final 3 minutes from Arthur Simon. He knows that trophy is within reach. He can feel it, just brushing it with his fingertips. Dennis Tyson trying to cover off that inside line. And absolutely holding Arthur Simon at bay. Coming around the final bend again, down the main straight. There's our bridge cam. Look how fast these things are going. 10 kilos of metal and screaming engine going 40, 45 miles an hour. And Simon trying for the pass there, and that's Vaseray being pulled off. I saw the number 7 on the side of the car. So unfortunate for him, he's going to be dropping down the order, finishing his race. But meanwhile, we're watching the battle for the lead between Dennis Tyson from Germany and Arthur Simon from France. down the main straight into the infield once again. Simon, 2 minutes remaining in this one now. Oh, nearly trying to force the door open there. But then running wide and running very wide on that one. So now it's 1 minute and 40 seconds left. What is Simon going to be able to do? He was 0.2 seconds behind last time. This time around, 0.6. So it's going to take another lap or so for him to get up there. And that means it's another 30 seconds or so gone, which is going to give him maybe 2 laps of pressure to put all over the back of Dennis Tyson's car once again. And they're coming up on more lap traffic. The number 9 of Stefan Schroeder, once again, about to get lapped. You can make lots and lots of space. There he goes. Good job, Stefan. Next car in front, I think, is going to be... Can't quite tell. I think it can't be Finardi, can it? No, he's the only other one's yellow and white. And we've got a big gap now, a really big gap. Are Simon's tires going off? He's got a 1.9 second deficit to Tyson. This is what I was slightly worried about for Simon. He's had so much pressure trying to put it on the back of Dennis Tyson, who's coming across to start his last lap. Where's Simon gone? He's actually out of second place now. I didn't see it, but did Simon fall off? Oppenhorst has finished in third. Rowley finishing fourth. Simon has fallen off the track. Finardi is going to take second, but meanwhile, Dennis Tyson coming across the lap to finish. I think Simon ran out of fuel. Did Tyson run out of fuel? Finardi has taken it. Finardi has taken the win. What was I saying about fuel? It's a hot day, high traction, super high pressure. Both of the leaders in that leading pair, first and second, both running out of fuel on the last lap. Wow. I didn't think it was going to happen, but that warning is always there. It's a 30-minute race. These 700cc fuel tanks only last literally for 30 minutes. And they had their formation lap. They have the final lap. Wow. What a massive shame. There's the number 2 car being pulled off by the mechanic going into the pit. What a massive shame for both of them. Dennis Tyson actually not even finishing either. So Finardi taking that one, but Dennis Tyson, after all that pressure, finishing second. At least he's still on the podium. Marcus Oppenhorst, he's going to take third place, and he's going to love it. Luca Rowley finishing fourth. Arthur Simon, the young Frenchman, finishing fifth after that massive, massive drama. I was hoping that we wouldn't have a fuel issue, but this is exactly what can happen in large-scale touring car racing. No refueling allowed for these touring cars, so they last exactly 30 minutes, just under normal driving conditions, and these guys are running absolutely to the red line for the entire race. Wow. So next up is going to be our touring car open class main final. And we will have a driver presentation. We will let things calm down. But these drivers know that it's a 30-minute race. They know they need to keep it easy on the throttle, but that amount of pressure, all sorts of things can happen. Wow. And yes, Jose Pinto, standard engines running out of fuel. Exactly. And asking what is going to happen with the modified engines. Well, we'll see. We don't know. This is the drama of the last, usually it's the last couple of minutes when they start creeping around. And those two drivers absolutely not slowing down. Hindsight is 2020, and if Tyson would have known, who knows? Maybe he would have gone off throttle by about 5% and let Simon motor off and run out of fuel. And we're going to have an interview with the winner.
So you have the winner.
Grazie, thank you.
Congratulations.
Grazie, thanks.
You inherited this win, but congratulations and enjoy.
Push. Grazie.
Okay, driver of the A main open class, please take your position on the rostrum.
So that was our winner, Paolo Finardi from Italy. Wow. Drama. And questions in the chat. Yes, they do run the exact same amount of fuel. The between the open and the sport cars, the cars are exactly the same except for the engines. The engines just run basically almost completely standard Zenoa style engines. 23cc, I believe, is the engine size, and 26cc for the F1 cars. And they have already finished with Savastino Rossignoli taking the European title this year after 2 years of domination by Sebastian Marino from France. So next up is the open class. And that race is scheduled to kick off at 4:50 local time. That's Central European time. So that's in 27 minutes. And we'll be back with commentary after the driver presentation, which will happen just before they go out on the track for their warm-up. So we'll be back in about 22 to 24 and a half minutes, roughly. Meanwhile, thank you very much for joining us here on RC Racing TV, EFRA, and Pool Start TV. This is the EFRA European Championships for large-scale touring car and Formula One. We've got the final race of the weekend coming up very soon. Be sure and stay tuned. You're watching video from Pool Start TV and commentary from RC Racing TV. That's me, Frank McKinney from RC TV. We've got Matt and James on the technical buttons as well here in the studio from the UK. And this is the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland. And this coverage is sponsored this weekend by RC Fox, rccaronline.de. SCSM2, 3 fantastic model shops where you can get your products, your racing products for large scale from Mechatech Racing Components and Samba exhausts and airboxes. We'll be back in about 20 to 25 minutes.
Okay, we can start with the A main open class finalist with number 1 from Italy, Emanuele D'Amico. Second place from Belgium, Verbrucke Giovanni. Third place from Germany, Feldman Marcus. Quatrième position, depuis la France, Arnaldi Bernard Alain.
Oh, non gridare!
From Croatia, Veseli Dario. From Norway, position 6, Otheim Sindre. From Netherlands, position 7, Roskam Hessel. Posizione 8 dall'Italia, Repetti Edoardo. Position 9 from Netherlands, Van der Bol Rick. Take your number. Thank you. And position 10 from Italy, Gianmarco Martelli.
Thank you.
So those are our runners and riders in the main final for the 1/5 large-scale touring car open main final for 30 minutes. We're going to see some of the most intense racing action that you will see, at least for this week. Now, last week we were in Hanbeck, Brest in France for the large-scale off-road European Championships, and we saw some super intense racing action. The four-wheel drive main final was, again, 30 minutes, and it was very, very similar to the race that we just saw. It came down to a single mistake, and I won't give away the ending, but it came down to a single mistake by one of the drivers to decide, well, I'll leave it like that. I don't want to give anything away, but it was a very, very intense race. And it wasn't even the most fun race that we had. That was just the most intense one. So coming up, we're going to have a few minutes of warm-up. Everybody gets the same amount of warm-up time. Engines, I'm sure, are already burbling away. So while they're doing this, actually, it's a good opportunity for me to, I'm pretty sure we just heard you could kind of figure out the brands of cars that the drivers are running and maybe have an idea of the countries that they're from. But let's go through the drivers. So we have Emanuele D'Amico. Emanuele, he's from Italy. He was running a Mecatech FW01, running a Mecatech Top Gun engine, using PMT tires under his Alpha Model Car Studio body shell. So it looks, I mean, that's the great thing about these cars. They actually look like an Alpha. It might not be licensed by Alpha, but it looks like a real car. Giovanni Verbrugge, he's not Italian. He's Belgian. So he's running under the FBA license from the Belgium. Also running a Mecatech and a Mecatech Top Gun engine and the same body as Emanuele, but running GRP tires. Marcus Feldman, driving for Germany, running all the same things as Verbrugge. So Mecatech FW01, Mecatech Top Gun engine, Alpha body, and GRP tires. Bernard Alain Arnaldi, or BA Arnaldi, he's from France. So we have four different cars, four different drivers. Four different drivers from four different countries so far. He's running BA is running a Genius XR4 powered by an Abate engine. So it's an Abate tuned engine. Dario Vaselli, he's from Croatia. So it's five drivers, five different countries. He's running an MCD Duox, and he is the defending touring car champion from last year. I don't think anyone's out on track. So this time here is usually the very last race of the weekend, which is what this is. The start time just goes completely out the window. So I'm filling here. So, but I'm providing hopefully very useful information for you guys. Dario's MCD Duox car is powered by a JPF engine. The body is by MCD. It's basically an Alpha styled body. Sorry, not an Alpha, an Audi styled body. He's running PMT tires. Sindre Undheim, he's from Norway. So 6 different drivers, 6 different countries. Sindre is running a Mecatech FW01 powered by Mecatech Top Gun engine and an Alpha body and GRP tires. So the exact same setup as Verbrugge and Feldman so far. Hessel Roskam, he's driving for the Netherlands. So that's 7 different drivers from 7 different countries. Hessel is driving a Genius car. Don't know what engine he's running, but if you see pictures of his car in the pits, then you'll see. Eduardo Ripetti, he's the European champion from 2 years ago in Fiorano. He's running a Mecatech FW01, a Mecatech Top Gun engine, an Alpha body, and PMT tires. So the exact same setup as D'Amico, but might be running different servos, might be running different radio, etc. Eduardo did tell me that he did try D'Amico's because they are teammates and they are Italian. The teammates generally always share the setups with each other. Say, oh yeah, on this corner or that area of track, my car's doing this, so here's what I'm doing, blah blah blah. So he did try the exact same setup that D'Amico is running, but just found that it didn't work for him. Ripetti likes a more planted rear end, where D'Amico likes a more swingy rear end, or leaving it a bit loose. So that is, they have tried D'Amico's setups. Rick Vanderpoel driving from out of the Netherlands, and he is running a Genius. And Martelli Gianmarco, I'm pretty sure he is running an MCD. And I'm pretty sure his name is swapped around. It's actually Gianmarco Martelli. I'm like 99% sure. So as far as another interesting thing to talk about are the number of European championships and world championships that are on the grid. We've got 7 European championships across 10 different drivers. Some of them have more than one. Some of them have more than 2 European championships. Arnaldi has 3 European championships under his belt in this category. But for anyone who doesn't have a world championship, that's okay, because we've got 3 world championships on the grid as well. So if you don't have a European championship, have a world championship. So we've got 7 European championships and 3 world championships on the grid, which is absolutely amazing. So story of the week has basically been Emanuele D'Amico. After some technical issues last year, coming back for the 24 European Championships and completely dominating. Now, it might be that he lives in, near Milan or Bologna or something like that, and he's been practicing for weeks at a time. I don't know. I'm sure someone in the paddock will know, but D'Amico absolutely has been utterly dominant. He's set the fastest lap. Every round of qualifying, he TQ'd every round of qualifying. In practice, he went even faster than his qualifying fastest lap pace. So absolutely dominant. Somewhat hot on his heels is former European champion Giovanni Verbrugge. Certainly second fastest without any doubt, but Feldman is very, very close to him. Feldman, a two-time world champion and previous European champion. Feldman is our favorite German dentist who happens to be a model car racer at the sharp end of the grid. Arnaldi, don't have a lot of information on how he's been running, but obviously he's the top genius racer. So I'm sure sharing plenty of information with Roskam and Vanderpool. Baselli is the top MCD racer. And like I said, defending European champion in this class. He's also a four-wheel drive European champion for off-road and a two-wheel drive European champion. The first race that I commentated was down, I believe it was the first race I commentated, was him winning down in Neen Valley at the Neen Valley Large Scale Off-Road Club. Sindre Undheim from Norway, looking very, very fast as well. Hessel Roskam, he's going to be pretty G'd up because his son did very well getting into the main final for the touring car sport class. So he'll be, I'm sure, looking to maybe not beat his son's overall result, but I'm sure that'll spur him on. Rapetti told me that earlier that he's actually literally just quite sad about how his car has felt all week. Last year and the year before, he was right up there. He actually qualified. He was one of the two qualifiers that went directly into the main final last year. So he's fairly upset about how his week has gone. Rick Vanderpool, he's feeling quite annoyed. After his qualifying, he even had a 10-second penalty in his semifinal. It didn't really mean anything because, I mean, yes, it's a penalty, but even with 10 seconds, he was able to get into the main final. The same thing happened to Martelli as well, who's starting 10th. Both of those drivers having a 10-second penalty. So here we go. This is D'Amico's car, the white, blue, and green. And there is Verbrugge's car, the white and green. There's Feldman. And that's our top three drivers. Arnaldi with the white, yellow, and pink. And Baselli, very, very similar paint scheme to Feldman, but just with checkers. And they are off and running. The horn is sounded. 30 minutes of super intense racing. And look at the lead that D'Amico already has. He's already a second ahead of everybody out there. So let's hope that the same thing that happened in the sport class doesn't happen to anybody in this class. But you know what? Anything can happen. It's a high heat. A high heat day. It's a hot day. Very, very high grip track. Feldman was telling me a couple days ago that usually the cars are actually traction rolling by the end of the week. But that hasn't happened yet. So D'Amico, a big leap out already. Feldman taking advantage of Verbrugge's mistake to get ahead, and Arnoldi also in the top 3 there now. Verbrugge down to 4th, Undheim, Vaselli, Roskam, Rapetti, Vanderbilt, and Gianmarco is the rest of the field. D'Amico with a 24.2. That is not his fastest time. If you've been following the fastest lap results over the course of the finals, you'll know that that is the fastest lap time in the race. But in the practice earlier today, we saw D'Amico do it was a 23.7, so a full half a second a lap faster. But that was for a 10-minute run. This is a 30-minute race now. Feldman, 1.4 seconds is the gap between him and D'Amico. Verbrugge recovering and getting into 3rd, with Arnoldi falling down to 8th. So that white and green car is D'Amico. The next car behind, the orange, mostly orange car, but there is lots of blue on it. That is Marcus Feldman. Verbrugge in a battle with Dario Vaselli. Both of them former European champions. Actually, Dario, literally the current European champion in this category. These guys will be very familiar with how they drive. Rapetti moving up into 6th place. Roskam also moving up 2 spots. So big losers are probably Arnoldi from 4th into 2nd down to 8th. And Undheim as well, who's down 1 spot from 6th on the grid to 7th now. D'Amico now 2.4 seconds ahead of Feldman. Verbrugge and Vaselli separated by just a second on track. There they go underneath the camera. So the ideal thing here in a fuel or tire management situation is to throw down some lap times as quick as you can, some qualifying pace lap times, and then back off the pace and maintain the gap. That's the racer sort of attitude. We didn't see that happen in the open class. If you haven't watched that yet, make sure and watch that after this race. Super, super high intensity racing, and coming down to literally the last 2 laps of the race to decide not just the winner, but the entire podium. So D'Amico now 2.7 seconds ahead. Just done a 24.1 lap. Feldman, Verbrugge about, was that about 4 something seconds behind Feldman. Vaselli about a second and a half behind Verbrugge now. So those of you wondering how many Genius cars are in the main final, there's 3. There's Roskam, Vanderbilt, and Arnoldi, who is recovering from running 9th. He's up to 7th now. 4 seconds behind Eduardo Rapetti. D'Amico now up to a 3-second gap back to Feldman. Vaselli trying to chase down Verbrugge. 2 seconds behind now, though. So running order, D'Amico, Feldman, Verbrugge, Vaselli, who we are following. Roskam is the next car behind as we approach the 24-minute mark, so that's 6 minutes down. By this time of the race, an electric touring car race would already be finished. Martelli is running an MCD, so he's a teammate to Vaselli. Everyone else is running a Mechatech. So Feldman, another falling back just a bit more, 3.7 seconds. D'Amico, after some harsh luck, or whatever you want to call it, last year, absolutely coming through. Another 1.2 seconds. Building his gap on Feldman. And we have seen in the F1 final, we saw the leader just absolutely take off. It was a very, very similar story in the F1 final. I won't give it away too much, but it was kind of a one-man story as far as the winner. Second and third places very much up for grabs in that one. And it looks like it's going to be the same story here as well. D'Amico, Feldman, Verbrugge. Vaselli and Roskam getting very slightly closer together, a second and a half between them. These drivers very much used to 20 and 30-minute races, so this will be absolutely nothing to them. It's having that mental capacity to hold off, going for the big win early on, and just driving steady, driving to your pace, and not over-driving yourself or the car for half an hour. We're under 22 minutes now. By this time of a race in 1/8 nitro buggy, drivers will have pitted already 2, maybe 3 times. No pit stops in large-scale touring car. You run for 30 minutes, and you have an absolutely full to the brim 700cc fuel tank, running 2-stroke engine on pump petrol gasoline. The drivers all have to use fuel from the same exact machine fuel station. And they're given a Google Maps link, and they have to use only that fuel, and it's tested every day. So Emanuele D'Amico, wow, over a 5-second gap now to Marcus Feldman. Giovanni Verbrugge, another second and a half back to him, and then it looks like about 4 seconds back to Dario Vaselli, and then a further at least a second and a half back to Hessel Roskam. Arnaldi and Ripetti may be getting a little bit closer. They're not too close on track, but Undheim and Arnaldi, our closest battle on track, they are very, very close together. But that's the battle for 7th. Literally half a second apart. Less than 20 minutes to go now. 10 minutes down. 20 minutes remaining. It's a beautiful setting for a European Championships. Just a month ago, much of this area was devastated by flood and rockfall. With the blessing of the town's mayor and the town people, the club was encouraged to continue on because this event was actually 50-50 whether it would go ahead or not. But see lap traffic getting making way for our leaders. It was Feldman. I think he was getting past Ripetti there. I'm not sure. It may have been Vanderbilt. So Emanuele D'Amico, has he slowed down his pace? No, not at all. 24.1, which is pretty much his average lap speeds all through qualifying. He hasn't even dipped below the 24.1 mark yet. His fastest lap, 21.3. He just did a 24.2. Whereas Feldman's most recent lap, 24.59. Verbrugge, 24.55. Vaselli, 24.76. So basically 0.3 of a lap faster every time around. So every 3 laps, maybe 4 laps, Emanuele pulls off another second, building a gigantic gap back to Feldman. So over a 30-minute race, if we're very, very generous and conservative and just call it, go for 30-minute laps, so 30-minute laps, that's 60, you'll have a gap of, it'll be just about lapping Feldman by the end of the race at this pace. It's super, super basic maths. Vaselli, who we're following now in the orange, blue, and black and white checker, running still ahead of Roskam, but not really picking up any sort of speed on Verbrugge, who's on the bottom step of the podium. Roskam is just over a second behind Vaselli. Basically, this top-level racing comes down to who makes the fewest mistakes. We did just see D'Amico complete a 24.3 second lap, so it's literally his slowest lap. Whereas if we look at the most recent lap times from everybody else, 24.2 for Feldman, 24.5 for Verbrugge, and 25 or more second laps for everybody else. So, I mean, that kind of is foretelling what is going to be happening by the end of the race. So if maybe he's starting to slow his pace down because we're almost halfway through. And of course, what's going to be on these drivers' minds and the minds of the mechanics is what happened in the touring car sport category. The last minute of racing, seeing drivers in very, very high positions running out of fuel. D'Amico slowing down even further, 24.4 second lap time that time around, and he's coming up to lap Martelli, and he's just lapped Arnoldi, I think, if I'm reading the graph correctly. A 25-second lap time that time around. So, and this time a 24.7 compared to Feldman's 24.3. So I think he's just trying to match Feldman's lap times. Feldman's best lap is a 24.2. His most recent lap is a 24.3. The forecasted finishing time is, they're only 2 seconds apart on the forecasted time, 74 laps. And now actually, Feldman just very slightly faster. So has Feldman found something? I did wish him luck earlier today, first thing in the morning, and ask him how he's feeling. He said, I'm feeling good. I'm going to be doing a big push, quote unquote, is what he said. So the gap has certainly come down between Feldman and D'Amico. Gaps between everybody else basically staying the same. Vaselli and Roskam is the battle for fourth, so that's kind of the closest on track. But the gap between D'Amico and Feldman very slowly coming down. Although D'Amico just did a 24.2, so everyone has their own way of working with their mechanic who acts as their spotter. There is two-way communication allowed between the drivers, so that's why you'll see single-sided headsets with boom microphones on all of these drivers. They'll be talking to their mechanics, and the mechanics will be talking back. And of course, I've asked many of these racers before, but like how much talking do you do between yourself and your mechanic? And asking a lot of these top-level drivers, and of course, you get a lot of that quote from Kimi, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. A lot of them don't want to be bothered when they're trying to concentrate very, very heavily. You see the distance between the drivers and the furthest points of the track. The cars are basically specks at the just a speck of color, going 30 or 40 miles an hour at a time. But on the other hand, they know from their peripheral vision how far away the next cars are. D'Amico doing a 24.4 that time around, but the gap actually increasing to Feldman. Now it's a 6.8. It was about 5.8 a few laps ago. So D'Amico just starting his 45th lap. Feldman still just finishing his 44th and starting his 45th. So gives you an idea of the time between them. 6.7 seconds now. We're following Hessel Roskamp, who's now about 4.5 seconds behind Vaselli. But it might be, yes, that Roskamp has got Ripetti on his back bumper. Ripetti, a very formidable racer. And I believe a similar driving style possibly to Roskamp. Ripetti liking a neutral feeling car, quite planted rear end. And from the little that I've been able to observe Roskamp's car, that's roughly what his cars seem to like. Feldman, meanwhile, his gap coming down to 5.7. So it seems like, to me, like D'Amico is just managing roughly a high 5-second gap now. And that's all he has to do. And potentially, even at the very end, just roll off the throttle just the tiniest bit. Instead of 100% or 99% throttle down the straight, maybe do 95% down the straight. Lift and coast, as we hear a lot in Formula One. So we'll keep an eye on that gap. But meanwhile, Roskamp being chased very heavily by Ripetti. Ripetti, like I said, really, really feeling down about his performance this week and how his cars felt. This is Roskamp in that yellow and red, and Ripetti in that mostly white with the blue sides. Going down the main straight. And these two almost nailed together now. So a battle for fourth. And less than a second between these two. So we're under 10 minutes now. 2/3 of the race gone. As we see Ripetti all over the back of Roskamp. Has Roskamp used up his tires? Has he just made a bad guess on what tires to use? The weather has been fairly constant all week long. There has been some rain, but in the qualifying, when we'd had rain at the very end of round 3, we actually stopped the racing and the organizers reran the top group of touring car sport drivers. So they had an opportunity to rerun their qualifiers. down the main straight under the bridge cam into the infield once again. And Nick in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat saying, is limiting the throttle endpoint to way these guys would use to save gas? I would guess not. That might be a little bit too complicated because they'd have to do that during the race, I think. So it probably just comes down to basically finger control. Meanwhile, our number 2 car of Giovanni Verbrugge has pulled into the pits and has stopped. And I think I just saw another car pulling off into the pits. The mechanic walking across the pits there, but we're following Roskam, world champion, being chased and hounded by our European champion from 2 years ago, Eduardo Rapetti. So Netherlands holding off Italy, and they are coming up on to lap actually Arnoldi. So 7 minutes and 40 seconds left in this one. The gap actually from between D'Amico and Feldman has dropped to under 4 seconds. So 24.9 was D'Amico's last lap. So he's really controlling that pace now. I'd be extremely surprised if there was any sort of issue with his car. 24.8 again. So he's lost basically a second to Feldman over the last couple of laps. So we're on the car of Feldman. Looks like that gap between the battle between Roskam and Rapetti has faded off just for a little bit now. So we're following Feldman. He is that orange and blue car. Just there coming underneath our screen, the last of that group of cars onto the main straight. Gap now 3 seconds. 25-second lap for D'Amico. D'Amico, should I mention that D'Amico does not have a European or world title to his name. .2 lap that time for D'Amico, and it's a 2.2 second gap now. 6 minutes to go. Is D'Amico just playing it super safe? I'm sure Feldman, as with the experience that he's got under his belt and his mechanic, I'm sure telling him the gap is dropping. Running the same lap time last time around, 24.8. I think D'Amico is just trying to match Marcus's lap times going around. Emanuele must realize he's just about 5 minutes away from having his first European title, but he is getting chased down by a 2-time world champion and former European champion himself. And also, should I say, a fellow teammate who has been privy to D'Amico's setups, although using a different set of tires. So now the gap is 1.2 seconds. So D'Amico in that white, orange, and green car, just the next car behind is Feldman in the orange and blue. This is it's been a slow burn, but we were gearing up for possibly something very special. Arnoldi has moved up into 5th place. Vanderpoel moved up into 6th. Hessel Roskam has now moved ahead, and he's into 4th. Rapetti has pulled off. I missed that, so that's why Roskam has moved up. Feldman's out. What's happened to Feldman? Feldman's just dropped down to 4th place. Vaselli and Roskam have moved up. They're now in the podium positions of second and third. What happened to Feldman? Surely it couldn't have been running out of fuel this early with 3.5 minutes remaining. And now the gap between D'Amico and Vaselli, who's our second place driver in the number 5 MCD, the gap is absolutely massive. It's a 15-second gap. Now D'Amico can slow down even further. He's just on a 25.8-second lap. We might see some actual crawling around the track with these drivers. Because of the heat and humidity at this time of day, they're running the very last race on track, so running at the hottest point of the day. And there is a sad sight of a mechanic crossing the bridge, going over the main straight, holding a car. Surely that must be Marcus Feldman's number 3 Mechatech. So in the top 3 positions, we've got Emanuele D'Amico from Italy driving a Mechatech, Dario Vaselli from Croatia running an MCD, and Hessel Roskam from the Netherlands running a Genius. So 3 different cars, 3 different countries, 3 different drivers. And we have Emanuele D'Amico, a driver who last year fell afoul of some technical regulations and was not allowed to run. Here he is on the cusp within 2 minutes of taking his first ever European title, being chased by the defending champion of Dario Vaselli and former world champion of Hessel Roskam. D'Amico's gap now back to Vaselli, dropping like a stone from 15 seconds to 11 seconds now with less than 2 minutes remaining. It is absolutely all kicking off right here at the very end. Now it's a 10.3 second gap. Emanuele creeping around. A 25.7 lap. Let's see where he is on track. There he is going underneath us just now, and Vaselli somewhere in the middle of the track. 9 seconds now, less than 9. So Emanuele trying to go as slow as he possibly can to win this race with 1 minute remaining. And there goes Vaselli underneath the bridge cam. Less than a minute now. A 25.9 second lap for D'Amico last time around. 24.6 for Dario. The gap still dropping. 40 seconds left. D'Amico, hands must be sweating and shaking like a leaf. 6.5 seconds now for D'Amico to Vaselli, as Emanuele is on his second to last lap. 18 seconds left. Sorry, 10 seconds left. This is the final lap for D'Amico, and Vaselli has 1 more lap. So if D'Amico, as long as he stays on the track and doesn't run out of fuel, 5.3 seconds, time has expired. Roskam crosses the line, taking third. All D'Amico has to do now is cross the line. And we see the checker flag waving, and that is Emanuele D'Amico from Italy taking his first European Championship win for large-scale touring car. Wow. Super tense. How tight was that? D'Amico controlling that gap at the end. Feldman falling down just 2 minutes, just a few minutes left to go, as D'Amico controlling the gap. We don't know what happened to Feldman. I will be asking him and Rapetti, but I don't expect an answer very rapidly. But there we go. D'Amico taking his first European Championship win, and I am sure we're going to have an interview with him. I don't know how good his English is. but Laszlo from Poolstart TV probably going to try to get a talk with him. And there's our finishing order. Provided all of the technical checks are correct and proper, the engines will be taken apart. Don't worry, there will be a full technical inspection by the EFRA and club representatives. So D'Amico, Vaselli, Roskam, that is our provisional finishing order. Arnaldi taking fourth, Undheim in fifth, Vanderbilt taking sixth, Gianmarco Martelli taking seventh from 10th position, Feldman, Rapetti, and Verbrugge not finishing this one. So our commiserations to them, but massive congratulations to Emanuele D'Amico coming back after last year's disappointments and taking the win. Wow, amazing. So we hope you enjoyed that race. Tom saying, just want to say thanks for coverage, great information and commentary. Been watching most of the coverage this week, so thank you very much for joining us. Remember, you can still get 10% off any order on rcracingtv.com with the code LSTC24. I think we'll leave it at that. We're probably going to have a chat with the winning driver, but I'll leave that to the Poolstart guys. Meanwhile, you've been watching the EFRA large-scale touring car and Formula One European Championships from 2024 from the MRTM Club in Lostallo, Switzerland, with video from Poolstart, commentary from RC Racing TV. My name is Frank McKinney. We've had David and Laszlo on site with us providing the video coverage. Many thanks to our sponsors, RC Fox, RCCarOnline.de, SCS M2, Samba, and Mechatech Racing Components, who are our new European champions this year with Emanuele D'Amico at the wheel. So thank you very much for joining us. And that is my sign off. And we may or may not have an interview with the driver or winning driver, Emanuele D'Amico. But that is it from me. And we'll see you in a few weeks' time live from Belgium for the electric touring car European Championships in just a few weeks. So make sure you like, subscribe, and follow the pages. And we'll see you next time. Thank you very much for watching.
Okay. All car to the technical inspection.
Congratulations, my friend.
Lele! You make one lap?
Minchia.
That was it?
Yeah.
Congratulations!
Yeah. Yeah. Really, congratulations. Thank you very much.
You finalized this week, winning all your runs. Cannot be better, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible. The final was very hard.
Yeah, that was a
Finally,
tough
finally
final.
we did it. Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you.